Good morning, Discord. Good morning, TikTok, X, Instagram, all the rest. Let's get into it. Okay, so let me make sure everything's working. Everything looking cool so far? All right, I think we're all right. All right, here we go. So it looks like we're back in this range here. So it's going to be tough to trade in here. It's going to be choppy. We have the 5 at 79.06. We have the 20 at 84.52. Let's see where they want to grab liquidity from. Before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risks. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate company is not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that, go to lastfighttrading.com. I'll get you sorted. All right, opening drive. We're gonna hit the 5. Most likely. Okay, there's two things I want to address. I'm noticing, and these are things that I've done myself. So if I'm saying it, I'm not calling you specifically. It's because I've done it myself. Number one, the first thing I'm noticing, or that I've done myself, and it's possible that you all are doing it too, is that jumping in before the first 15 minutes or before we get enough data, right? The more data we get, the easier this is. When we're jumping in plays, you know, you might see me draw it within the first 15 minutes or so, maybe something like this or whatever, and we're jumping in before we get enough data, right? The more data we get, the easier this will be, because there's going to be some point in time where I will say we're looking for a build in this and a break of this, right? A build in something and then the break of whatever. So I think we're not waiting for that. Number one, I don't know. This is what I used to do. And number two, I think we're not allowing liquidity to break before we're jumping in on plays. It's very important we allow the liquidity to break. Okay? Very important. Because let's say we have something like this. Let's say we had something like this, right? And it's the break of magenta. Let's just say, damn, hold on. Let's just say it's this, right? And then you'll see the price do this, do this, do this, do this. And then it'll start to come down. If you're jumping in here expecting this, that's dangerous, right? The reason why is because the liquidity is here. So you have to watch out for, even if it does break just a little bit and then comes back, to continue like this. Your best bet is to wait for liquidity to break. That's the important part. We need the liquidity to break. So if you're jumping in before the play, you got to be careful. I get it, because you're probably thinking, well, I'd rather get in at a certain level so I don't have to deal with any pullback. And then you're thinking, I'd rather take a couple dollars and not deal with a red candle than have to deal with a red candle. And you think if you jump in early enough that you're not gonna have to deal with the red candle. Let me tell you right now, there's only green and red candles. You're gonna deal with the red candle. If you wait for the proper setups, if you're patient, we can see a lot more times. Let's say you're in a put that they'll stack, and then they'll give you some time to secure some profit somewhere, right? But I know that a lot of times we don't like the red candles. We don't like the pullback. We don't like the pullback. So that's something you're gonna have to deal with. This is part of the game. It's part of the game. You have to deal with the red candle. And if I'm saying something like, if we get above this level, you got to look the other way. You know, maybe you should put your stop loss there. Maybe that's where your stop loss needs to be if you're in the opposite direction. Just a suggestion. You know, we all have our own risk tolerance, but it's I'm not wrong about that too often. I'm not saying it's never going to happen, but it just hasn't happened yet. Anyways, all right, we'll get back into it. So maybe liquidity grab off the 5. You know, I would have preferred if they actually touched the 5. So we got to be a little bit patient before 75.08. We got to be a little bit patient. Let's wait for the data. That's why, you know, a lot of times you'll hear me say, let's wait for the at least 2 or 3 cycles, because the more data we get, the easier this will be. The easier this will be. Let's check that daily. Yeah, so if this is gonna happen, we need to see a rejection, right? And right off the 5. I think I actually said this yesterday, that we're gonna look for the 5 for a rejection if this is gonna play out. If not, if we get above the 5, then we're still in here, right? So we have to allow all of this to happen on the daily. All right, let's get back to it. So I think what I'll do is I'll wait before I start charting. You know, hopefully that'll help. I think by me charting too early and showing possible setups, that I think FOMO happens. Like, oh, last time I didn't go in on that setup, it dumped. And I think a lot of us are, you know, we just want the home run instantly. And I get it. We want to get it out of the way. I get it. But the more data we get, the better it'll be. We have to allow the market to give us some type of direction, and then we'll identify the setups. We will identify the setups. Just let them tell us some type of direction, okay? All right, we see it building up in here. So we're always going to want to see a break, a retest, and a reject of the 5. That's always going to be a thing. So from here, your quote unquote safety calls have to be above the 5. Have to be. And then even if it shoots up, there's going to be a pullback. So we'll wait for the pullback. We'll identify the setup, and then you can take your trade. That's our best bet. And then we're going to have to be happy with getting whatever we get. Be happy with that, because when you're not happy with a winning trade, or you're like, man, I could have done better. Every trader is going to say I could have done better. Every single trader. Everybody. Right? Because remember, we're not going to get 100% of everything. It's rare we get 100% of anything. Because I don't give you setups for, okay. All right, let's see if this takes us to 75.08. If it doesn't take us to 75.08, then that means you're going to form secondary liquidity. So let's be a little bit patient. Let's wait for at least, I don't know, I think a minimum 2 cycles. Now I know normally this would be the setup, but just be patient today. Not yet, not yet. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe. If this magenta gets us to 75.08, then we'll wait for the next setup.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
For Discord, we want to look for this. So we want to make sure we're just not going to grab liquidity off of 75.08 and then shoot up to the 5. So in order to verify that, this needs to happen. All of this needs to happen. And then half of you would have been stopped out right here already. I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet half would have been stopped out right here already. Let's wait for at least 2 full cycles. That's what I recommend. You know, you're adults, you can do what you want, but I think 2 full cycles, that's probably the best way to go about it. So they broke magenta. They're retesting magenta, right? Because remember, there's liquidity here. There's horizontal liquidity and diagonal liquidity. So they're retesting it. Let's see what they want to do if they want to stay inside blue. This is the data we need. We need this data. Very important. So we want to make sure we're not making a little head and shoulder right here. So we'll know if it does this. Now they're still touching liquidity on this magenta, right? Still grabbing liquidity from this magenta. If it gets above 7803, you gotta look the other way. Look to the 5. But this is a tight range. There's nothing really to do in between the 5 and this. Between 7508 and the 5, there's nothing to do. This is gonna be liquidity, right? We've already identified it on our 5-minute chart here. Let me show you. We've already identified the lick box. I'll keep them separated just a bit so you can see the cutoff. A cycle is when we, okay, let me see. All right, there you go. Whatever 3K put is a cycle. You see the green, then the red, then the green. Those are the cycles. Look, do you see why it's important that we wait for this 7508 to get touched before we took any trades? Because we needed to know if magenta was going to form secondary liquidity. So primary, possibly secondary. Primary liquidity, secondary liquidity. This is why it's important we wait for all that to happen. And then now from here, let's say it breaks. You got to measure risk to reward. The risk to reward from here to here. So your best bet is to wait for underneath. Is everyone understanding the logic here? Okay, cool. The more data we get, the easier it's going to be. The easier it's going to be. I'm telling you. I don't think it's this. There's got to be another one. I don't think it's this. I mean, it could be, but not a huge fan of the teal. We're gonna test it, right? We're gonna have to test it. That's all we can do. So the test is gonna be if we break teal, if we hit the 5. That's gonna be the test. Because this blue and this teal, they're very, very similar. They're very close, so. I'm not extremely confident with this teal yet. There's a lot of liquidity built up here though, right? A lot of liquidity built up right here. So let them figure this out. Because we still have these two options. We still have both options on the table. It looks like they're respecting this purple. I'm just cleaning up the chart just a bit. So we're going to test to see if it's going to be a build in purple and then the break in magenta. We got to test it. We got to test it. I'm not a huge fan of build in blue and break teal, but that's what we got right now. So if it changes, we'll know. Look at all this liquidity built up right here. Right here. Plenty of liquidity in here. Plenty. When this breaks, it's going to go. But how far, right? You got the 5 right here, and you got another key level right here. So you got to measure risk to reward. Inside here, there's really nothing to do. Maybe a quick scalp or something like that, but you want to make sure that this liquidity has been broken, tested, and rejected, or broken, tested, and rejected. I'm gonna clean up the chart just a bit. I don't know why YouTube is saying I'm lagging. I'm not lagging. Or it's showing lagging on YouTube. Okay. Look at the 5. Right back inside. See, so if you would have taken this too early, you would have been suffering right now. Allow whatever needs to happen. And then you should be measuring risk to reward from magenta to 75.80. What is this? 75.08. We know there's going to be a bump in the road here, so we got to see. We got to make sure that this can get us to here. This is all part of the testing phase, research and development. Okay. Okay. Little struggle right here, little dance right here. So on a very micro scale, what you want to see is this. On a very micro scale, something like that. Or you should be anticipating something like that, right? Because the candles are going to go inside one another. They're not going to just cascade underneath each other. It's very rare that it just goes like this, and then the next one starts underneath, and then the next one starts underneath. It's very rare, right? They always go in. They have to grab liquidity from somewhere. They got to grab the liquidity to keep going. So don't fear the red candles. You know, sometimes we need the red candle. Now, depending on what type of trader you are, let's say you took 76.33. If we go 30 cents, this is our 30 cents, then you can either take profit, stop yourself out, whatever you need to do, okay? Does everyone see how it works? Is everyone getting it? Very, very, very simple. Certain things gotta happen. And we know there's gonna be a little bit of hostility right here. We know it, we already know it. Right here meaning the bottom of this lick box. I'll take this one away for now. I'll wait. Okay. All right, now we can work with this magenta, right? So we're gonna do build in purple, break the magenta. You see how it all worked? Does everyone see how? And then we're at key level. Now you figure out what you want to do with your life. Figure out what type of trader, because this is a good move from 76.34 down to 75.06. Now you figure out your life. This is the key level now. Everyone see it? Let me get a little bit of feedback. I need to know that everyone just paid attention and saw everything that just happened. All right, cool. And here's the thing. It was very easy, right? It was very easy to see what's going to happen here, to understand what was going to happen. We understood all the risks. So whatever we just did here, it's always going to be the same thing. It's always going to be the same. It's never going to change. Now there's going to be random events where, you know, for example, an email or a tweet goes out, yada, yada, yada. That's going to happen. All right, Cypher, we're waiting for a magenta to form below 75.08. This was our test. Now that magenta took us to the key level, we know we're working with something. This is our test. So now we want to look for a magenta below, well, on the 5. This is where we actually want to look for it, on the 5. Again, for everyone on YouTube and TikTok and all the rest, the 5-minute chart is how we make money. It's not the 1-minute chart. It has to be the 5-minute chart, not the 1-minute chart. But for some reason, people love trading off the 1-minute chart, so they just love it. So look, we broke the magenta. We're still inside teal. Here's our second bite at the apple. So look, can you imagine how many people got stopped out right here? And then it keeps going, right? So from 55 to 03, you would have had to hold at least 8 minutes. If you started moving your stop within the first 5 minutes, you would have been upset with yourself, right? So if you want the 8-minute money, you got to wait 8 minutes. This is how it works. Or you figure out who you are. I'm comfortable with taking profit here, or I'm comfortable with taking profit on the lick box. I don't want to wait. I can't deal with this pullback. I'm not going to hold forever and then have it go against me or break even. That's something you need to figure out, because you would have had to literally get in on the break of magenta here. Because if you would have taken the trade, let's say you got filled on the bottom on the close, this one would have took your stop right here. This one would have taken you out. If you were like, let's say, break even, this one most likely would have taken you out. And then you would have been like, what the hell? So when I'm drawing this, we got to wait for all of this to happen for a reason. There's a reason for it. All of it needs to happen. You see how we're rejected right off the bottom of the lick box right here? This is why we have the 5-minute chart. Let me clear this up real quick. I just wanted to take this morning to give a little bit of extra, because you know, there's new people, and I think maybe some of the concepts hadn't solidified yet. So that was a really good example or explanation of what we can expect in the market. So look, and then you have to remember what I said early in the morning. Between the 5 and this, there's really nothing to do. There's really nothing to do. In between this key level and the 5, because we don't have any direction. This is scalp territory. If we're in here, we're scalping. get your money and get out. But if we're in the Discord, all right, now we look, here's our building. We got to see if teal is going to get us to the 5 now. And I wasn't a big fan of this teal, but I think there's a better one. You know what? I'm going to take away the blue because I think the teal is the actual selling channel. So we'll take away the blue. I'll reuse it somewhere. But we'll use this as the selling channel. Now let's see how this next cycle goes. This next cycle, cycle number 2, this is cycle 1. Now let's see how cycle 2 goes. If they give us a cycle 2. If we get above, remember, what did I say? We'll use this as a line in the sand. 77.80. If we get above this, we got to look the other way. If we get above 77.80, we got to look the other way. This is what that means. We're currently looking down. If we get above, if the price gets above 80, 77.80, we got to start looking the other way, to the upside. That's how that works. That's what I mean when I say that. So meaning if you're in puts, you know, your stop probably needs to be around here. Probably around 77.80, whatever I just said. Again, I'd prefer to be underneath 75.08 for the break of magenta. Because all we know is that we're in on the 5-minute chart, we're just in teal. That's all we know right now. We're just in teal. They're retesting 75.08. Okay, now we broke this liquidity box in the 5. All right, let's see what they got. Let's see what they got. Okay. Now, if you want to wait for the retest and reject, that's what you need to figure out. Figure out what type of trader you are. So if we're in teal, you see what teal has involved, right? So we're going to be in teal until we're not. You gotta allow all this to happen on your 5-minute chart. They're having a struggle at 7508. We'd prefer a magenta to form underneath 7508. This one's still above. We want it to be underneath. All this needs to happen. All of it. Inside here, we don't know if we're going to grab liquidity from 7508 to get to the 5. So we need to know that we've done this. This would something like this would be your best bet. We need to know that we've cleared out all of this. We need to know that everyone here has been stopped out. We'll only know that once we break, retest, and reject 7508. These are the rules. This is what it is. I'm gonna remove this one. I'm gonna remove. I'll leave it. It's fine. I'll leave it. Now remember, above 7780. Let me put a little line here, so I don't have to keep repeating it. We're in teal until we're not. We're in teal until we're not. Now we haven't confirmed a downtrend yet. All we've confirmed is liquidity grab. We're at liquidity grab territory. This is it. This is also liquidity grab territory. At the 5. So the pattern we need to look out for is going to be like this. Actually, we'd hope for this right here. We want this to be here, like that. This is why we wait for all of this to happen, because certain things must happen. Certain things just simply must happen. Let's check higher time frame. Okay. We need to get under 7508. This is, I'm telling you, in between the 5 and here, there's really nothing to do. There's really nothing to do. Here, I'll adjust this just a tad. There. On a small time frame, we want to see if we're going to reject underneath this lick box or get back inside this lick box. Let me clean it up real quick. This on a small time frame. We want to know if we're going to do this. Staying inside of teal, or if we're going to do this. Which would make this on a small time frame in the risky part, that would make this the 50-50 right here, somewhere around here. Now I'm drawing it exaggerated so you can see what I'm talking about. Pay attention to the levels. All right, let's see if they want to break teal. Teal looks different on the 5 minute. Use the 5 minute chart. And if they do form some type of right here, what is this level? 7621-ish around here. You know, you can only ask but for so much, right? So don't hold and don't let it go against you. If it does, you can only ask until the 5. But inside here, this is going to be tough trading. It's going to be tough trading inside here. Say we got a brand new candle started. Now, if you're looking for some type of quote-unquote safety, it's got to be above the 5. It's most likely going to be, I don't know for a fact, most likely going to be on a break and retest of this lick box here. All right, if you took teal, remember we're in teal until we're not. Let's say 76.42 to 77.25. Technically, this is a win. We'll let it play out a little bit. You got to be scalping in here, remember. It's going to be hectic in here.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Here's another thing to remember. I said it yesterday. Before they go up, they got to go down. Before they go down, they got to go up. And the reason for that is because they got to grab the liquidity from somewhere. They got to get it from somewhere. All right, if you took teal, this is a good win. This is a good win right here. If you took the break of teal, this is a good win. But you know you're inside the lick box, right? So if you didn't take it, I get it. If you're waiting for the 5, that makes sense. I get that. Because what we don't know is that if this was liquidity grab. That's why we go level by level. If we get above the 5, fine. Great. But if you took teal, this is a good win here. All right, did everyone see how it worked? It's always gonna, whatever we just did, it's always gonna be like that. Always gonna be like that. Unless we get the random news events. I get it. The random news events are gonna happen. Nothing you can do about it. But for the most part, it's always gonna be exactly what we just did. I identified we need to be below 75.08. It just simply had to be like that. It had to be something like this. It just had to. There was no option. And this is why we can't let candles like this make us, we can't let candles dictate. We need to have a whole entire movement. We need liquidity to break. I've already identified the liquidity for you. And look, if it were to just a dump from here, my bad. You know what I mean? My bad. But I'm trying to show you how to I'm trying to show you the most probable setup. That's what I'm trying to do. Show you the most probable setup. Now look, I'm just going to move this 50-50 over. I'm just going to move it over. Watch. I'm just going to move it to the left. Right? I'm going to move this little flexion to the left. So I've already identified everything that you needed to know. I've already identified it. So don't focus on the path. You need to focus on the level, right? So look where the dotted line is on this. Number one, the 50-50. We'll do the 50-50. If you go straight to the right, here, let me show you. It's about 76-13. Maybe you can say right here, right? 76-11. Wherever this goddamn bullseye is, this is where it happened. You can also use this shoulder here. If you want to use a shoulder or whatever, this flexion point, 75-86. So I've already identified. And then look, on the 50-50, we had the break of our teal. So this is confluence. More than one thing telling us to go in on a trade. Even if you got the worst possible fill on the break of this teal, this is a nice win. And then it goes to key level. If you want to take profit on key level, fine, take the profit. If the risk to reward from here to the 5 is not worth it, I get it. I get it. But I marked this level out for a reason. But for any put scenario, like, it had to be a magenta forming below 75.08. Someone asked the question on YouTube. I answered the question very specifically. It didn't happen, so there's no setup. There's no trade for puts here, right? The only option we had was either if it rejected teal for some more down, then maybe you might want to. If it rejects teal and it breaks, what is this? Magenta? You know, I get it. Even if it's a little bit above, I think that's a fair, that might be fair. Because you know you're rejecting this liquidity here. That they grab liquidity from teal and they're grabbing it. I would understand this one, but it needed to reject. But because I have the 50-50 here and it went green instead of red, that should have told you something. And it's not always going to be clean like this, right? Sometimes there's a little range. Sometimes it may give you like a little bit of hesitation and then it'll, but usually these 50-50s are pretty spot on usually. And if you're sitting here trying to, I know everyone's trying to learn because that's the goal. Because I want you guys to learn, so you don't have to be scared in a trade. I'm not saying scared like you're shaking in your boots, but I mean like have that fear when you see the red candle, or when you take a trade like, oh man, I hope this works. You got to be okay with it's not going to all the time. You got to be okay with that. As long as you understand, I have a very high win rate. This is our best bet. I'm really good at whatever it is I do. I'm very good at it. I'm not good at a lot of things. This is one of them. This is one of the things I'm very proficient in. And if you're sitting here trying to do it instead of learning the system to make money, you're gonna mess up your bank account. That will come in time. I'm telling you out loud my thought process. And so the thought process is there, but for you to see it is gonna take you time. So instead of you focusing on trying to emulate charts and trying to do all that, I think you should focus on making the damn money. What's wrong with that? Just make the money. Just make the money. All the rest will come in time. This is not going to take you, a couple weeks. This is a long time because you have to train your eyes to understand the patterns. Once you understand the patterns, fine. I'm teaching you the patterns now. In the meantime, make the money. Look at the money that we made from here to here. Look at this money. You have to, and then you didn't really even have to be Johnny on the spot. You could have just let it run. And then look, we had our confluence. we went above the water. It went right to the level. It had a little dance. And then the most likely target, I'm not saying 100%, but you know, now we could target the 5. Remember, rewind the tape. Early this morning, I said, we got to figure out where they're going to grab liquidity from. Inside of here, there's nothing really to do, but we identified scalp opportunities. Now, if it gets above the 5 and it on a break and retest, then you let it run a little bit. If we're in here, you got to protect your trade. All right, we got to bring the mascot out for this one. I'm sorry. We got to bring the mascot out for this one. But did you hear how constantly, yeah, this is the 5 MA right here. Simple moving average. Yes, text. You know, I repeated so many times, we have to break, retest, and reject. It has to look like this. It simply must. If we're jumping in early, then there's nothing I can do about that. It has to, and let's say it broke and just shot down. My bad. My bad. But I'm not here to risk people's money. That's not what I'm here to do. I mean, we're all taking a risk already, but I want to identify high probability setups. And if it didn't work out, oh well, then that wasn't our setup. But the setups will come. We know that for a fact because we do this every single day and it's always the same thing. Now, granted, yesterday, I think Trump said something about the Straits of Hormuz. All right, now we're at the top of the lick box. Let's see what they do here. I need to be a little bit higher. Right here. About the Straits of Hormuz being opened up, oil tanked, and then the SPY shot up. So those events, they're gonna happen. But even still, even through that event, I identified, I think it was an orange algo before it happened. I even drew the wedge before it happened because the market respects structure. If it wants to go up, it's gonna have to go down first on a balance of probabilities. Even when the news came out, we were already prepared. Now, you know, I get it if you didn't stick around all day, because that was towards the end of the day. If you didn't stick around all day, then you didn't catch that. But if you did stick around, I posted it in the chat. Never mind. I posted it in the chat when it happened. And if, you know, since you weren't there live, you'd have to ask someone who was there if everything I'm saying is true. That I identified it before it happened. It was hard to catch because that candle, actually, it gave us like a tiny momentum candle, one red, and then boom, it just went crazy. There you go, Ramos. $1,300. Amazing job, Ramos. This is on someone on YouTube. He just made $1,300. $1,300. I'm telling y'all, there's a pattern. Once you know the pattern, let me figure out the pattern. You guys just make the money. You guys just make the money. Good job, Ramos. Yesterday, you made a killing too. I think you're over. I think around 600 yesterday, or maybe 850, something like that. Yeah. Oh man, Mr. Ramos is stacking paper, and I'm pretty sure all he's doing is just that big move. Oh, okay, that big move helped you out. I'm pretty sure all he's doing is just following whatever the shit I'm saying on the screen. That's all he's doing. He's not complicating it. It's gonna go up or down. We know what it needs to look like for the up. We know what it needs to look like for the down. If I get it wrong and it just shoots down, my bad. There you go. There you go, Mr. Ramos. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're doing well, man. All right, I'm probably gonna tighten up my stops here because we hit target. We hit the target, right? The 5 was the most, from the break of this, the 5 was the most likely target. It's just a very simple pattern. Very simple pattern. 1,300. How long did he have to wait? From 19. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. This is better than an engineer This is better than a doctor. This is better than a lawyer. 1.6 GPA. 1.6 GPA. Oh my goodness. Why does no one ever, I think he spelled no kind of weird there. No one ever pay attention to little old me. Hold on, let me read. Okay, Jones. Why SMA and not EMA? Okay, why SMA and not EMA? I think for day trading, SMA is probably a little more geared towards what we want, right? So for people who don't, hold on, let me adjust. Okay. For people who don't know, SMA stands for simple moving average. EMA stands for exponential moving average. I think SMA is more geared towards day trading, what we do. There's a little too much volatility in. There's too much drawdown in an EMA. I think SMA is a little more cleaner for what we do. That's my answer. I actually don't have a good answer for that. That's a good question. I don't have a good answer. I just think SMA is a little more cleaner for what we do. I know a lot of people use like 9 EMA, stuff like that. Okay, hold on. Let me having a little trouble knowing when to enter on the break. All right, having a little trouble knowing when to enter on the break. All right, I also don't know how to answer that. Meaning if it breaks a certain, if we're look, we're in teal until we're not. If we break the teal, then we need to look for our setup, which was the 50-50 or the shoulder right here. When to enter. Are you saying like you're entering too late or you're entering too early? I'm not sure what you mean. Explain that. That was the question. Or that was the comment. I'm having a little trouble knowing when to enter. Ideally, you want to wait for the close of the candle. But because I'm specifically saying on the break of this, I know it's going to be damn near impossible to catch exactly on this level. I know that. But, you know, that doesn't change the rule, right? I know it's for actual trading, you know, the way we do it, I'm assuming some of us are on probably maybe free platforms or very cost-effective platforms. You're not going to be able to get it unless you have your order in already. You'd have to already have your order in, and you'd have to be factoring in the theta and the delta, or you'd have to be factoring in all the Greeks to know exactly where that's going to happen. Okay. So someone's saying the certain platforms are a little laggy. In my experience, I think TradingView is pretty quick, and then Weeble's like a couple seconds behind, so you're able to capitalize on that little gap. In my experience, TradingView will tell you, and then Weeble will have will be a little bit lagged behind to give you a couple seconds of data. All right, I'm gonna take some off the table if we get below the 5. I'll take my first set, probably wherever I am right now. At 79.18, if we go below this, I'm gonna take some off the table. Okay, so someone's putting some some knowledge in the YouTube chat saying that the UI, some aren't optimized for day trading and scalping. I think Webull is set up perfect because it gives that little delay, so you can see what's going to happen on TradingView, and then you get a little tiny advantage on Webull. In my opinion, this is what it looks like to me. Because I always see the move on TradingView, and I go to Webull, I'm like, wait, what? And then 3 seconds later, it'll hit. All right. Once it breaks, so above yeah, correct. Above teal, correct. Yes, Raul. Did that answer your question? By the way, I'm not sure if I answered your question. If I didn't, ask. Let me know, and I'll go more in depth. Okay, let me read this next comment from Mr. Alvaro. For me, it's also a little confusing because on one hand, we're in the lick box and it may be a 50-50, but on the other hand, it's a break of the trend line. It causes me doubt to enter or not, or when to do it. Okay, I get that. So I told you, in here, this is your risk. If you're scalping, you're doing from here to here. That's all you can ask for. Now, I also said, if you want some safety, wait for the break and retest of the 5. Did that happen? It did. So if you didn't make money by now, there's nothing I can do. The 5 broke, retested, rejected. So you're not wrong. There's actually no confusion because you got it all right. This is risky. But I have to, I'm accounting for people that also want to scalp. There's people that want to do a swing. There's people that want to scalp. So I'm letting everyone know in here, this is the risk. That's what I'm letting everyone know. If you're taking a trade from here to here, there's a strong probability that if we get above this line, right? Remember, if we get above 77.80, this is why I marked it out, we're going to hit the 5. I said if we get above 77.80, look the other way, right? Does anyone remember that? Alvaro, let me know if I answered your if I answered you or if it's a little more clear or if it's not, because yes, you're absolutely right. This is the risk. You're absolutely right. This is the risk. I identified where the most likely setup was for the move to either the top or minimum to 77.80. Anything above that, which would be the top of the lick box, great. I also said your safest bet is going to be on a break and retest of the 5. All of that happened. So it's your risk tolerance. Different people have different risk tolerance. Look at the money. Look at the money look at this money. So everything I said happened. Every single thing. Now, if you guys are confused, I need you to tell me. Thank you. Don't hesitate to ask the question, because there's probably people sitting there that don't have they don't want to seem like, oh, how do I not know this? And they're, hold on, let me read this. I'll give it some time. It tested 675 and it rejected 674.75. It folded strong from there. He explained in the drawing. So yeah, can have less risk and more chance of printing. Yep. But I did tell everyone above 77.80, we got to look the other way. Because remember I said we're looking down right now. If we get above 77.80, we got to look the other way. Look what happened on 77.80. It's okay. Don't worry, Alexis. I know what you meant. Look what happened at 77.80. This is not an accident, right? This is not an accident. If we get above, we broke above on the 1026 candle, had a little dance. A little dance means some down up motion and then continuation. If we get above 77.80, we got to look the other way. I explained exactly what look the other way meant. We're looking down now because this is at, somewhere maybe around 10. We're looking down now. And I explained, if we get above this, look the other way, meaning the upside, meaning calls. So, you know, I can't be any more clear than giving you exact level. I can't be any more clear than saying buy call at 77.80 because I literally said it. I mean, am I not saying that clear enough, or do I need to be? Thank you. There you go, Jay. See? There you go. I think it's everyone's risk tolerance is going to be different. So it's hard for me to communicate. See, look, Jay Hulk, he knew. Above 77.80, look the other way. Because I also explained I'm really good at this. And it's very rare that I'm wrong. I'm not saying I'm never going to get it wrong. It just hasn't happened in I don't know when. But like, I need to know how I can be more clear, because I still get, and it's not your fault, it's my fault. I need to learn how to communicate with everybody. I need to learn whatever you need me to say or to explain. I can do it. I'll do it. All right. What is your rationale for not heading back to lick boxes? Are you moving stops to the top, protect, and TP above it? I'm gonna leave my stop at the 5, a little bit below the 5. That's where I'm leaving my stops, a little bit below the 5. I'm using key levels. I like key levels, Sebs 314. I like key levels. This is just what I'm comfortable with. If I see weakness coming in, this is something I'm gonna have to identify on my own. My risk tolerance is gonna have to kick in. If I see weakness coming in, I'll probably adjust, right? So look, another break, retest, reject. I think it's because you said calls are only above the 5. No, I didn't say only above the 5. I didn't. I never said that, right? I said if you are looking for quote unquote safety. I said if you're looking for quote unquote safety, then the break and retest of the 5 is going to be your safest bet. That's what I said, Cypher. Because I also said if you're taking any risks, this would mean less safe. See, look, this is why I'm glad I didn't stop out yet. Now I'm probably going to adjust, right? Because I survived this little pullback. Now I'm going to adjust just a little bit. If I need to take some off the table, I'll take some off the table. I still got runners going. I'll leave my runners underneath the 5. So that answers you, I think. Okay, let me read it. Okay, sweet. That makes sense. Just a higher stop because you are aware of. Correct. Now I'm moving my stop loss with it. I survived this because I had my stops underneath the 5, right? And I told everyone, break retest of the 5. This is your safest bet. All right, cool. So your safety bet up here, your risky one down here, but the risk to reward from here was pretty good because look how far we are from break of this teal to the 5. Look how far we are. This is a good risk, or even to this key level right here that I had, 77.80. This is why instead of me keep repeating it, 77.80, 70, I made the key level. I drew it out so everyone could see. Above this, buy call. Well, I didn't say buy call, but I said look the other way, because I'm never gonna tell you to buy this, buy that. I'm not gonna do that. What I am gonna do is tell you what the risks are. What I am gonna do is tell you where the highest probability setup is. And if you didn't make money on the break and retest of the 5, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do here, right? So it's from 79.53 to 80.54. Even if this is all you did all day, this is good money. Even if this is all you did all damn day, just from here to here, that's good money. When you scale the account, you'll see how much that little movement is gonna be your day. You're done. You don't need to think anymore. Go enjoy your day. Pina colada on the beach, whatever it is. Some of you like to drink some other stuff. Some of you like to drink wild turkey. I don't know how you do it. I tried it once because I thought it was a man if I did. It was so gross. Don't drink wild. Let me not say that. I'm just not a fan of wild turkey. But look, the break and retest of the 5, there's nothing more I can do. If you wanted safety, I pointed out safety. If you wanted to take some risk, I pointed out the risk, and I even showed you risk to reward. I even told you above 77.80, look the other way. There's nothing more I can do, right? I've been absolutely perfect today. All right, how does that work on the 5-minute chart? As 77.95 is within the lick box. Okay, this is the, okay, 77, where you at? 77.95. It's the risk you're taking. It's the risk you're taking. So you could have waited till the break of the lick box. Look, good question. Watch, look, we broke here. You see the separation, right, between these two levels? So look, we broke the lick box down here. We broke this one, this lick box right here. We broke it on this candle, right? Hold on, this is for Raul. We broke the lick box. We retested the lick box on this wick. Here, watch. Let me zoom in just a bit. Oh gosh. We retested the lick box, so we broke it, retested it, rejected off the lick box. You see it, Raul? So it's best to wait on the close of the candle breaking the lick box. Yeah, definitely. Definitely best to wait for the close. The reason why you want to wait for the close is so you don't get caught with a stop hunt. Is it always going to work? No, but we got a high probability of success. I'll tell you that. Look at this money we printed. Look at the money. If anyone waited for the break and retest of the 5, you're still making money. I'm just giving you the highest probability setups. If you want safety, it's up here. That happened. If you're willing to take a little bit of risk, it's right here. I also called this one out too. Man, I should make this one. I should make this one a win too. So look, we did all this together. I talked. Everyone asked. Oh, hold on. Damn, I gotta read that question again. I'm gonna read it again. My number one problem is taking profit too early and breaking multiple contracts down. Okay, so Sebs, I have a whole system inside the Discord explaining on, you know, I don't like to tell people when to take profit, but giving ideas on how to make plays. Why haven't people join this Discord? This is this. Yeah, thanks, Andre Roldan. Yeah, so Sebs, it's all in the Discord. Entry and exit strategies, it's all in the Discord. Look at the money we just printed. Well, Andre Roldan, they can't see what's in the Discord, so they don't know. All they know is I'm a voice on the other end of the screen with a little funny leprechaun on the left. That's all they know. But I do like that leprechaun. I'm not gonna lie. Look at the money we're printing. I got nothing else to talk about because we're just printing money right now. I told everyone I'm gonna put my stop below the 5 because look, I don't need to be too greedy here. I don't want to be too greedy. Let me let it breathe a little bit. I know we needed a pullback to the 5, so I wanted to be below the 5, and now I can. And then I said, look, I survived this. Now I can adjust. Yeah. I don't know why I love my my leprechaun, man. I love that leprechaun. All right, I'm gonna read a comment. I've been in Top Trading Edge, William with Team Roar, and that S, and they have no idea. It's scary. I know, they trade off of vibes. Well, I don't know, maybe they have a system. In my opinion, it's a lot of vibe. It's a lot of vibe. And maybe they make money. Maybe. I don't know, but yeah, no system. They may have something, right? I think Team Roar does, like, or William, I think he does a lot of support and resistance. I think he just basically trades off that. But they don't do any intraday analysis. They already make their calls before, like the day before, the night before. They're like, if SPY hits this, we're doing this. Maybe that works. But I think for day trading, I like to be a little more interactive. Look at the money we're printing. I mean, you just can't make it up. I walked everyone in the entire world through all of this. Right now, that's happening. This is absolute perfection. I warned you what to look for the put scenario. I warned you. It had to do this. And if it shot down, my bad. So when I'm saying that, now you see what I'm talking about. If it does the opposite, if it goes without us, my bad. But we need to see something that tells us to take a trade. It can't just be, you know, this candle right here. These three, what, 1, 2, 3, these 4 candles. It can't be that. It can't just be that. Because we have to worry about the liquidity at 75.08. We had to worry. So, you know, everyone has different, let me read it. How do you know when the top has been hit? You don't. You don't know. That's why I go level by level. That's why I trail. Once I see a pullback, you know, I'm gonna start adjusting my stop. How do I know when the top's been hit? I don't. If we get to 81.52 and we make this one support, then I'll move it to 81.52. I don't know. I don't think anyone knows that. I mean, someone may know it, but it's not me. I just take profit. You know, sometimes I get stopped out. Sometimes I get, you know, this would have stopped me out a long time ago when I first started trading. I know for a fact this would have stopped me out because I would have been greedy trying to get everything I can instead of allowing the market to breathe. It needs to breathe. I'm hoping that we hit 81.52. If not, I'm willing to take some off the table at 80.67, right? We're still in this play. We're still in this play. One and done. Good job. Hold on, I missed your comment. I'm gonna read it for everyone. He had a 50-50 shot and got excited when it was right. I know. Well, you know, everyone's gonna get excited when they make money. That's fair. That's fine. Everyone's gonna. I still get excited. But today was just a little. I'm not gonna say too easy, but it was. Everything happened the way it should have. I'll say that. I will say that. So I'm gonna leave my stop around. What did I say? Probably around 80.70. I'll leave it at 80.70 and I'll take my first set off the table and I'll let the next set run. That's what I'm gonna do. Now I'm not gonna go, you know, I'm definitely not gonna let it go against me because I'm moving up my other, look at the money. Look at the money we're printing. Come on. See, now I'm starting to get a little, but this is all, damn, I forgot who said it. What's your name? Hold on. I'll tell you. Was it Sebs or... No. It was... Dang. Okay, whatever. The part that I have this is probably my most difficult part is the exit, right? The entries I don't have to worry about. The entries I don't have to worry about. It's how much money to collect. This is the part that is, to me, is the toughest. How much am I going to collect? Am I going to be a $3 hauler, or am I going to, you know, are we in the 4 or 5 figure range? So this is the part that I don't like. Look at the money we're printing though. Today was a beautiful day. Today was a beautiful day. Jesus knows. Man, sup. I don't know when the top's been hit. I don't know. I just go level by level. No, Sebs, you don't have to consider yourself, that type of term. This is everybody. This is and if someone says opposite, I doubt it. But I think everyone hears me. Everyone can hear me like, oh man, what do I do? And then everyone sees that often that I'll get slapped in the face and the market will keep going in a direction. But I at least get, I'll get something. But I get slapped in the face by the red candle all the time. Everyone hears me live. I do this live. So everyone hears me when I get slapped in the face and I'm like, dang, I didn't want to get stopped out right there. Sometimes it works out and I'm like, you know what? I'm glad I got stopped out. But, I think the majority of the time, probably like 65% of time, when I get stopped out, I wish I would have let it. I just need to let it breathe a little bit more. But, it's hard, right? Because when you see, let's say 2 or 3 strong candles and you move your stop and then this next candle eats up those last 2 and then continues, that's tough. There's nothing you can really do about that other than get back in, which I'm not afraid to get back in. That's another thing. That's me personally. I'm not gonna. All right, I need to tighten up my stop because I'm at key level, right? Hold on, let me focus really quick. Okay. Seb said, yeah, early on I used to not set stops and get murdered. Yeah. You gotta live to fight another day. You gotta live to fight another day. And the hard part for me was thinking I can get this money back. Oh, okay, if I bought X, I just need to buy Y and I can get the money back. And I would just get chopped up. So unless you're willing to hold and wait for that contract to gain value, it's not gonna happen. You're just gonna eat up your account. But when I'm telling everyone, if we get above this, look the other way, there's just no way I can be any more clear about that. And especially when I explained it in graphic detail, and I'm saying graphic because I drew it, but in graphic detail, I explained what what you need to do, but all right, Sebs just kept buying cheaper and cheaper to expiration. Risk management was my first lesson, working on how to maximize wins now. Perfect. Yeah. Good. Maximize a win. There you go. That means you're progressing, right? You're progressing. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. And you know what? As time goes on, I'm getting better too. I think 3K will tell you that it wasn't always this easy for us. 3K will tell you it wasn't always this easy, but now we're in a good place. Now we're in a very good place. Now the issue we have is, when to take profit, pretty much. How much money are we going to collect? That's the only issue we're having. And for the new traders, let me go in the Discord. Hell yeah, dude. Here, let me read this comment. It says, this is J Hulk. J Hulk is actually a Hulk, by the way, in real life. Well, I got my money today. I'm running. Time to touch grass. Exactly. Aw, Dre Day, I never yelled at you. You know what? Never mind. I do yell at y'all. All right, this one took me out for my first set. Let me see. Man, I just started talking and stopped charting. Let me do some work. Give me a second. Probably a little more drawdown than what I'm comfortable with, but I'll let my second set right here. If I get stopped out here, that's fine. I'm not going to complain about. I didn't get a really good fill, so I probably got filled somewhere on the lower end of this. I got filled on the lower end of the 10-20 candle. So from 76 to 81, I'm not going to complain about that. I'm going to give it a little bit of room because I never do this. I never, you know, I should be underneath the 5 still, but I'm not like that. I'm not that nice with it, or stupid, however you look at it. I'll let my second set sit right here, a little bit below this. So probably at like 80, 20 something ish. Let me adjust. But my first set got stopped out here, right at key level. I go level by level. My second set, I'm hoping to get another bite at the apple. I'm hoping I can hold long enough to get another bite at the apple, so at least I can maximize my second set as well. In my experience, it's very rare that the market touches the level once and just retreats. It's not impossible. It's just not very common. So I'm gonna use probabilities when I trade, most likely, because we don't know for sure. I think J Hulk, that's an AI generated photo. That's AI, J Hulk. I think J Hulk's a fat Russian dude. He's a fat Russian dude with a comb over. J Hulk, please don't beat me up. Please don't beat me up, man. Leave me alone, J Hulk. If you're built like that, you gotta be able to take some abuse. So I'm here to abuse you. Yep, we're talking about you, J Hulk. And that's your AI picture. In real life, you're a fat Russian with a comb over. Oh my god. No one believes you, bro. No one believes you. I'm just kidding with you, man. Eesh. See, now seeing all the drawdown on these other, I get it. I've been there, but I'm trying to be better at doing what I'm trying to get better at holding a bit longer. I'm trying to get better. I'm hoping we get another bite at the apple. That's all I can hope for. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, you know, we still got some money. I'm going to read a comment. Where do we say it might hold yesterday? It hit 679. All right, hold on. Wait. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to survive much more than 80.24. Might be a stronghold given we went through it. Liquidation is the question. Yeah, we're gonna find out. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Some of you know more about like terminology and certain concepts in the stock market than I do. I'm just very good at this thing right here. So when you talk about certain things, you know, I have no idea. I'm just like, I don't know. A lot of you probably know more about certain other concepts than I do. But whatever this is right here in front of us that we're doing right now, this is my expertise. This is what I'm very confident with. You know, I can look at a chart for a plain chart, no indicators, nothing, just price action. I'll tell you what's going to happen. SPY chart. Let me be specific with that. SPY chart. Man, half of me is like, okay, purple's here. Should I just get out on purple? But the other half is like, just leave it at 80.24. So this is the hard part. This is the hard part for me. This is what I don't like. And I rarely survive this much drawdown, But now half of me wants to chase this, right? Half of me is like, all right, chase it. You can get some money back. But you can get some of that money back. Half of me's, thinking chase this, but which I might. I'm probably, yeah, let me chase it just a bit. See, this is the part that I hate. Now I want to pull back some. I'm definitely not adding anything. Alexis, that's on you. I'm not adding. I already took all my risk. Buying calls at the top, that's not something I like to do. I don't want to buy calls at the top. I don't recommend it. I'm not saying it won't work, but I don't know. It's just not for me. I'm definitely not going to add anything right here. Me personally, I'm not going to add. See, this is the part. Yeah, making money, I'm not going to be mad about. It's dancing on it. Okay, this one got me. It's okay. Now I'm gonna wonder, should I have waited for the break of purple? Should I have waited for the second bite of the apple? We're never gonna know now, so I'm gonna be happy with that, right? We entered, I got entered somewhere in the 1020 candle. And then I took my first set of contracts, right somewhere in here. And my second set was taken out right here. I think this is a good trade. Now I'm gonna wonder, should I have waited for purple to break? If it bounces off of purple, then I'm gonna be pissed. No, not really. Okay, so, all right, I'm gonna read this comment. Now we're looking at the break of purple question mark. It seems you're trading on 1 minute and not the 5. Well, we went to the, no, because look, look at the lick box, exactly the top of the lick box. We already knew this was gonna happen. Look at this lick box here. This secondary lick box right here. So we can, yeah. Here's the secondary lick box. 81.15 was our key level for the 5. And no, to answer your question, it's not the break of purple. To answer your question, break of purple, no. We want to build in purple. Now, if it shoots down on the break of purple, my bad. It does have a ton of liquidity, but we have to watch out for the 5 here, right? So your risk to reward from purple to the 5, you got to measure that. You got to make sure it makes sense. If we break purple, does it make sense to take a put knowing the 5 is right here? But also, Raul, breaking of the channel, this is also in the lessons. Understanding the channel when we're breaking it, this is also in the lessons. See, look, you see how it's bouncing off the channel? Now I'm thinking I should have took break of purple, right? Oh! Everyone just heard me go through it. Everyone just heard me. Now, at least I would have had a second bite right here. But it's okay. I'm not going to be mad. Now I'm just going to keep this in my quiver, and I'm going to follow whatever I have written down in the exit strategies. It's always going to be my best bet. It's always going to be our best bet. And we're going through it together. Everyone's listening to me do this live. To get stopped out by like $2 and then continue, that shit hurts. That hurts bad. Look at it. Ah! All right, everyone saw me go through it. Good. Hell yeah. And look, people in the Discord, there's some of us stayed the course. There you go. Everyone has different risk tolerance. We're still above the water. No reason to leave the trade. But the red candles, they get me too. The red candle gets me too. You know what I shouldn't have done? I shouldn't have chased it when it I should have just left it at 24. If I'd have left it at 80-24, I would have been fine. I would have been fine if I left it at 80-24. Dang. But I chased it. Look at this, second bite at the apple. I actually said 80-24 out loud, and it bounced right off 80-24. There you go. There you go. But look, we all, even me, I get scared by the red candle sometimes. But you know, I like to secure my money. I like to secure my money. That's what I like to do. And look, after today, I don't need to trade for a month. I'll be fine. Maybe a month and a half. I'll be fine. But we do this every day. We knew purple was a thing. This is all in the lessons. All of this is in the lessons. The entry and exit, it's all there. It's all there. Now, Raul, let me address you really quick, because you were saying that it seems like I'm not trading on the 1 minute, or I'm not using the 5 minute, that I'm only trading on the 1 minute. Here's something, I don't know if you know, but I'm going to tell you now. I don't need any of these lines here. I don't need any of this. I'm doing this for you all. I don't need purple. I don't need magenta. I don't need any of this. I can go naked chart. This is a visual representation so everyone can understand what I'm saying when I talk. I don't need any of this. I don't need these lines. I don't need a 50-50. I can see it already. I don't need any of this. So if I can trade off the 1 minute chart, I know where my key levels are. I know that, what is this? I know that my best bet was 80-24 for, I know my best bet was, hold on, you have all lessons where you draw your parallel lines in your Discord? No text. All the lessons on entry and exit are on the Discord. I tried to make a lesson on algos and it didn't hit. That's the only one that doesn't really make any sense. I'm being honest with you. Yeah, that is not in there. Because it's something that takes experience. Liquidity boxes are in there, yes. The lick boxes are in the lessons. But I'm addressing Raul really quick. I think that's a good question. I'm gonna mark it. That's a good question, or that's a good comment rather. And it's because I don't need them. I do this for everyone else in the world, not for me. I don't need it. I want you guys to use the 5 minute chart because you're not going to stop yourself out as quick. Because look how smooth it is. Look how shaky the 1 minute is. Look how smooth the 5 minute is. So this is not for me. This is for you all. I don't need any of this. So sometimes when people tune in, they're like, what the shit is going on this screen? This is a lot of gobbledygook on the screen. It's because I'm trying to draw what's in my head. And I'm trying to show you visually what's in a visual representation of what's in my head. And I'm trying to give the Discord members the best setups, and I'm trying to, I just want to protect your account. That's all. Now, I should have waited for second bite at the apple. I wasn't willing. I made an executive decision. I wasn't willing to wait. I got stopped out twice for absolutely no reason. I knew 80-24. I knew it. I already knew it. That should have been my stop. But unfortunately, the red candle scared me, so I didn't get everything I could have. But we're okay. We got something, all right. We got something. But look, I think today was a good day. Everyone heard everything in my mind. Everyone saw all the logic behind everything I'm saying. And I did it before it happened, not after the fact. I didn't show up in a video with screenshots saying, look what I did after the fact. Everyone's seeing me do it in real time. All right, we got a little bit of weakness in purple now, right? So you got to measure risk to reward from purple to the 5. Or at least from purple to 80-24. Because we already identified 80-24 as being a level of, what would it be? Support. But we still got to wait for it to break, right? Purple hasn't broken yet. Purple's still holding up. But Tex, to answer your question, a lot of people ask me the same question. How do you do the algos? That's experience, man. The answer is experience. And eventually, once you have enough experience, you're not going to need to draw any lines on the screen. You're not going to need to draw any lines. It's just going to be very clear. But that takes time. It's not going to take you a week. It's not going to take you a month. It's going to take quite a bit of time. Because all you're doing is training your brain to recognize patterns. That's all you're doing. Training your brain to recognize patterns. And the way I see it, or the way I used to tell myself, is if I can remember lyrics to a song from 25 years ago or even longer, I can remember these patterns, right? It just mattered to me, or I had to ask myself, how bad did I want it? How important was it to me to learn to remember this stuff? Let's see if they make a little tiny cup and handle right here. And to some people, they're gonna think, you know what? This guy's already doing it. I don't need to sit here and try to figure it out. I agree. To other people, they're gonna want to be like, I need to know. I need to know how. And the answer is experience. I'm not doing, I don't get any additional data than you get. And this is why we don't need indicators, right? We just don't need indicators, because the indicators only tell you after the fact. We need to know ahead of time what to expect, not after the fact. We don't want to let red candles dictate our trade, because we know where the setup is. We know where the setup is. We know where the setup is. So if you're using indicators and you're trading off of that, you're taking trades based on indicators, it's going to be rough, because you're getting very late information and you got to hold for dear life. How do I know? Been there, done that, tried it. Didn't work. It can't work, because if indicators work, everybody would be filthy rich. And the stock market would have no value. All right, I'm gonna let this settle out a bit. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna circulate some blood. I suggest you do the same. If you made money today, look at the money we made. If you made money today, you might want to start thinking about preserving that account, right? Preserve your account, get up and walk away, go enjoy your day. This is what I recommend. If you made money, I don't care if it's $10, $15. If you're gonna sit here and try to I can do better, I can do better, I can do more. They just started. You've already messed up. I'm telling you, I've been there. I'm telling you from experience. Anyways, I'm gonna get up and walk away for a little bit. Don't overtrade. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. So look, we got a small lick box right here. Let me make sure my audio is good. Okay, yeah, we got audio. All right, we're chilling. All right, now the 20 is at 84.65. Let me explain this right here. The reason why I have it drawn like this is because we had to watch out for this possibility. We had to watch out for this possibility that they grab liquidity from magenta again before they push up. So that's why it's drawn like this. You know, we were fortunate that it just stacked and we didn't have any drawdown here. But I draw it like this to show you the risk tolerance you need to have from this entry. Or it may go up here and then the entry is going to be down here again, back at the 50-50. So I'm showing where another entry could have been. Now some of us are going to look back in the day and be like, damn, I could have got in here, I could have got in here, I could have got in here, hesitated, didn't take a trade, whatever it is. That's normal. That's normal. We're always going to second guess ourselves. I actually said it right here. I'm like, watch, I should wait for another bite at the apple. I should have done this. I should have done that. But we all have to be comfortable with the risk. If you're not comfortable with every single business has a risk. Even if you have a coin laundry, there's going to be one day that's going to be rainy and people don't like to do laundry on rainy days. But you still got to pay that water bill. You still got to pay the light bill. You still got to pay your employees, whatever it is. So every business this is a business like anything else. So you got to treat it as such. There's nothing to do as far as puts until we get underneath the 5. Okay? I'm going to clean this up. Underneath the 5. And then really, you know, probably underneath, if you want some safety from this point here, probably underneath 77.32. 77, yeah, you know what, I'll mark it out. I'll mark it out instead of talking because I do too much talking, and then I'll just mark it out. So we're in this uptrend. You don't want to fight this uptrend. This is look how strong this is. This is a strong uptrend. This uptrend won't be done until we get somewhere below here. Somewhere below here. And if you're not willing to wait that long, then maybe puts isn't a thing for you, right? Maybe you're looking for your call entry. For the calls, we at least need to form another teal. Almost lunchtime. Look at Mr. Ramos. He's on top of it. Okay. So we might be going into compression, right? We might be bouncing around inside of the 5 and what is this? Whatever this key level is I have marked out. For whatever reason I have this marked out, it just so happened to hit. It just so happened to be right here at this key level. And remember, all these, well, besides this one here, this is all done in pre-market. This is all done before the market opened. I've already identified all the risk. That's what I need everyone to understand. All the risk has already been identified. If a certain level breaks, then we know we have a high likelihood to get to the next level. So hold on, let me. Raul is Raul. All right, look, Raul. You're asking about the break of purple. You know, the break of purple. We can't just use one thing to take a trade, right? Sure, there's a ton of liquidity built up in here, but it can't just be just because purple broke. We also have to worry about this lick box now, right? We also have to worry about the 5. There's too much liquidity built up at the 5. How do we know that? Look right here. Look right here. We know there's liquidity built up at the 5. So it's not just because we broke purple. We have to think a little bit outside the box, because it's not going to be that easy from this point here, because we had a strong push up. We had a very strong push up. Now we need to wait for our setup. The put scenario, if you're looking for any type of quote unquote safety, has to be below whatever it is I have right here. Whatever I have here is somewhere below here. If we form support above 81.52, then we can look for a call entry, but we're struggling to break through this, right? We got to make sure they're not doing this. I'm here. I'm just going to be quiet for a second. I got to take a call.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, let's see what they got. Let's see what they got. But again, look, today, if you made money, you need to start thinking about calling it a day. Here, let me put another. We had a break and retest of the 5, so this is also another call out. Now look, we see the liquidity box, so let's wait for a break and retest of it. If it shoots up, my bad. My bad, y'all. The 20's at 84.70 right here. 84.68. All right, we see this magenta on the 5 minute starting to lose some strength. But we got the 5 right here, so in between the 5 and the 20, there's not a lot to do. I'm gonna just clean up the chart just a bit. As a reminder, I gotta read the disclaimer. Do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of this channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you read and understand that, go to lastbuytrading.com. I'll get you sorted out. I will get you sorted. It's not a matter of if, but when. Yeah, so we see the liquidity here. We need a break, a retest, and a rejection of this liquidity. We've already identified it. We can't let the green candle fool us. We can't let just the break, because we need to make sure that they're not just going to grab liquidity, or a stop hunt rather. Now your best bet would be to wait for, I already have it drawn out actually. We want to wait for something like that, okay? On the 5. And this is the data that I'm talking about that we need to make informed decisions. Otherwise, we have to worry about this. And this will give us our 50-50 right here. somewhere around here is the 50-50. Now there's another flexion. Here. And then this would be the down scenario. It's on the screen. It's on the 5-minute chart. It's up. So either here, look, on the 1 minute, either, let me clean it up. So you guys are thirsty for, man, you guys, I hope you're not over trading. It seems like people are over trading, but I'm gonna ignore it. Here's the question: where's the next entry for calls? We either want this, right? We want to break, retest, and reject off of this lick box, or we have to watch out for this one, or we have to watch out for this one. If we get below this, we'll look the other way. Let me see if that makes sense. Did you get all that stuff, or do I need to be a little more clear? I can be a little more clear if you need me to. Speak your mind. Okay, thank you. But here's the risk now, right? You got to measure risk to reward to the next key level on the calls here, and then we're in between the 5 and the 20. So the 5 and the 20 expected to be highly annoying, an annoying grind. We're in lunchtime, right? So we need to take into account everything what I'm saying right now. The 5 and the 20 in between here at lunch, expect an annoying grind. So if you're not willing to deal with significant drawdown before they slap you in the face and turn around, you need to figure that out. Because remember, this was the thing we're watching out for. So if this is gonna play out, then we need to see a break and retest, a clean break and retest. Lunchtime, compression time, annoying grind time. We had our morning session. We're in crunch time, right? We've already identified it. We've identified the chop. We've identified the chop. We've identified the best setups for calls. We've identified the best setup for a put. It's already been identified. Now, if there's people that are not willing to wait for this, then I strongly recommend you save your money. Strongly recommend you save your money, because I'm telling you right now, only because we've seen this pattern play out every single day for the last few weeks. Every single day the last few weeks, it's been the same pattern. Morning session with the morning move, the afternoon or the midday compression, and then the late day move. So if you're not willing to deal with any significant drawdown and hold for probably another 2 or 3 hours, you need to think about that. You got 2 or 3 hours of compression, annoying grind in a direction. We don't even know what the direction is, but we just know there's an annoying grind happening right now in front of us. We already know that. We identified in pre-market that this liquidity box would be here. We already identified that. There's not one below. We don't have one below. We only have one above. You guys gotta listen. the context clues I'm giving you, no one else is getting this information, right? Only the Discord is getting this information. This is pre-market. This has been here since pre-market. This has been here since pre-market. Only Discord is getting this information. Now what they did here, because originally it was probably around here, something like that. They did a liquidity grab here. That's why I always tell you, wait for the break, retest, and reject to make sure that this is the liquidity they want. This is why I'm telling you, wait for the break, the retest, and reject. Here's the break, here's the retest, but we didn't get any continuation. We didn't get the follow through. We got the opposite, as a matter of fact. And then our setup for the call was right here on the break of teal. So as long as we're systematic with the way we trade, we'll be all right. We will be all right. But look, this annoying grind, who can trade in this? We have to identify the setups. I'm telling you what they are. I'm showing you what they are from this point here. It must do something like this if we're at the top, because you don't want to buy calls at the top. You want to wait for at least some type of pullback. You want to wait for at least some type of pullback, or if they give us this, then we're going to look for the other direction, right? We already know where that look the other way is, 77.12. If the price never gets down here, then the put scenario never presented itself. If it breaks this, magenta right here, and it goes like, let's say the 5 is right here. If it does all this, then this is, in my opinion, risky. Below here, if we do this, less risky. My opinion. My opinion. But now we got to start watching out for the annoying grind in a direction. We don't even know what the direction is. Here's the annoying grind. Here's the compression. Here's the compression right here. Morning volatility. Compression. I would like to shout out Mr. Ramos on the 4-figure day. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. And kind of simple. Today was kind of simple. We just had to stick to it. We just had to let the market do what it needed to do. Let me not say simple. I'm not allowed to say that. Trading stocks involve risk. None of this is simple. Risking money is not a simple thing. Essentially, you're investing in whatever the shit I'm saying, and I get it. That's scary. That's scary, especially when that red candle rolls in. Everything changes in your mind. But we had a pretty good win rate. Pretty good. You can only rely on that. You can only rely on the data, and that's all I'm asking you to do. Rely on the data. A voice on the other end of the screen means absolutely nothing. But I mean, damn. I mean, damn. I mean, this is before market open. Before market open. This is before market open. So it's not going to get much better than this. It can't get better, right? Because it's exact. It can't get better. Better than precision, I don't know what you want. Or I'll say it's accurate. It's very accurate. Maybe not precise, you know, a couple little dollars here, but we accounted for how to protect against a stop hunt. We already accounted for that. Here's the annoying grind for the next few hours. We've identified it. The chop and the annoying grind for the next few hours. Figure out if you want to sit here and do this all day. It's gonna be like this. We only have the last few weeks of data to know. And also, we're in between the 5 and the 20. Not a lot to do here. If you want quote unquote safety calls, get rid of this one. If you want safety calls, it has to be above the 20. It's got to be above the 20. In between here, good luck. I don't know for sure, but I think some of us maybe got chopped up yesterday. Let's check yesterday. Maybe in here a little bit of chop. Maybe in here some chop. But as long as we stick to what we got, we'll be fine. As long as we stick to whatever the shit is we do, we'll be fine. If you allow those days to take you out the game, then you've already conceded defeat. You've already conceded defeat. If you allow the rainy day to mess up your coin laundry, if you're like, oh no, it rained today and I still had to pay the light bill, then you need to think about how business works. It doesn't work the way you think. This is a business. People think this is gambling. People think that this is a get-rich-quick scheme. It's none of the above. None of the above. Let's see what this green's gonna do. This green looks interesting. We want to build in purple, break green, green down here. This green down here. May not happen today, but this is probably it. I think the 5 minute is probably a little bit more accurate. The 5 minute looks a little bit more accurate. Let's see if this green takes us to the bottom of the lick box. Still in the annoying grind, right? In a direction. We don't know what direction it is yet. There's no real put scenario above the 5. And look, we're coming up to this flexion point right here, so be careful. If you took the break of this magenta, you need to start protecting this trade now because we're at first flexion. All right, so this green took us to, okay. So look, build in purple, break the green. We got to the key level. We're gonna go ahead and mark this as the win. Okay, let me read some of this. Can you clarify my question above? I'm really trying to understand. Wasn't the BRR on the 5 at 1040? Oh, okay, let me read this. Sorry. I completely missed it. Wasn't the BRR of the 5 at 1040, 1041? I thought that's what I heard earlier. Let me go to the 5. And then I'm going to go to 10. Hold on. 1040. Yeah. So either one. Ideally, we like a deeper one, but yeah. This is definitely a break, retest, and reject. It never even tested the 5 again. This was the one where it actually, Raul, let me make sure this one, it broke, it retested and rejected the actual 5 right here. This is actually the one. Ideally, we like to see a bigger drawdown, a bigger push up and much more drawdown. But this is the actual break, retest, and reject of the 5 itself. This one never really touched the 5. It's just visually it looks better because it looks like more liquidity is being grabbed. So technically, yes, you're right. However, these are rare where it's like the candle situation, we like a bigger pullback. This gives us more confidence. This is rare where it just touches one candle, two candles and gone. Like BRR, it's rare that happens in 3 candles. BRR 1 2 3, it's rare. This is ideal. All right, now we need to see if we're gonna touch this, the top of this 50-50 right here. So if you took this green, we're almost at the 5. We're at liquidity right here. You need to start thinking about adjusting your stop. And I know it took me a little bit to find the green, but you know, we had plenty of time. So we're gonna see if they're gonna break, retest, and reject underneath this liquidity box. But you still gotta deal with the 5. So while we're in the uptrend, this uptrend, you can't ask for too much. If you're the type that can hold, then hold. But if you just want to get your money and get out, get your money. It's got to be a break of this and above 81.52. A break and retest above this lick box. Excuse me, 81.70. But then expect the annoying grind. If it does get up here, expect the annoying grind. I'm just gonna pull this over just a little bit. Got about 2.5 on this candle. Got a little bit of no man's land right here, right? Remember, the call scenario is going to look like if you didn't already take the flexion, right? And you're waiting for an entry, then it's going to be, we need to form support at 81 or above this lick box. If you didn't already get in at the bottom over here, where I had the first flexion point here, then, which was on the what is this, on magenta, pretty much on the 5. Now if you're waiting for the entry, it has to look like this. Whenever this happens, it's got to look like this. If you're taking this flexion, you better be chasing this. All right, we're back in the chop. That's all we've done is go back inside the chop. Got about 10 seconds on the candle. Brand new candle right here. Four minutes.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
I'm here. I'm just being quiet. One minute on the candle. This is just chop, right? We've already identified this. This is just chop. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. Raul, let me answer your question. Are you able to put the moving averages on the 5-minute chart, or is it not needed? Yeah, we could put it on there. I don't want to crowd it too much because I want the 5-minute to be very simple for everybody. I think the best way around that is to be able to switch between the two, because the 1 minute is going to give you your sniper entry, right? The 30-minute is going to tell us where we're going. The 5-minute is going to tell us how we're going to get there. The 1 minute is going to tell us what car we're taking. Are we taking the motorcycle? Are we taking the off-road the off-road rugged Nissan Frontier? or you know, so we got to kind of use a hybrid of all of them, because they all work together. They all work together. One's going to confirm the other. So really quick, I want to go over the scalp scenario here. We understood we're in chop. I had this teal here. The break of teal was here. So I'm offering 30 cents. So if you took the break of teal here, this is 80.60. It went up to 81.31. This is profit. If you didn't take profit by now, there's nothing I can do. Or if you took this teal here, you'd have to be, or this one right here, right? Let's say you took this break of teal on secondary liquidity. This is 80.51. It went up to 81.35. This is our 30 cents, okay? So if you're not following the strategy, if you're not, you gotta expect drawdown, especially in chop when we identify chop. I'm not saying this is gonna go up. What I am saying is the call out was break a teal. We have the break a teal and we have our 30 cents. This is what I'm offering. If it goes above, great. Then you get more. If you took this flexion here that I have drawn out right here, you're in profit, right? Now we have to watch out for the top of this liquidity box. We gotta watch out for 81.51 on the 5, 81.52 on the 1. So if you're waiting for the break and retest, wait for the break and retest. If you already took the play from way down here, then you're in profit. Look, here's the scenario right here. So you can only ask for the next level of liquidity, which is right here at the top of the lick box. Very simple, very simple. Remember, we're day trading. If you're in here, you're scalping. If you're in a put scenario, your best bet is somewhere down here. We've already identified it. This is your best bet. You don't want to fight this trend. If you're looking for entries on calls, this is one, this is another one. After this, we got to look the other way, right? So I've done my job. There's not much more I can do. There's not much more I can do. If the red candles are stopping you out, you need to put your stop below the last low, wait till it gets that 30 cents, take your profit, or you know, whatever you want to do. But we can't say that the strategy doesn't work. That's what we can't say. We can't say that. That's not a thing. Not today, at least. Maybe it'll happen one day. That day hasn't happened. I identified very early on when Stup was asking me, if we're in puts, here's the risk. And I even said, if you took the break of this green, you can only ask for at least the bottom of the lick box. So the break of green, 80.93, let's say 80.90. Let's say 80.90 for the bottom. 80.23, you got a little bit more out of it. And you'll see little moves like this. Once you scale your account to a certain level, little tiny moves like this, and these aren't little moves, right? This is a lot of money. This is a lot of money. When you get to a certain level, this is good money. This is good money. Better than lawyers, better than doctors, better than engineers. 1.6 GPA, look at me now. Because sometimes it feels good to be a gangster. Sometimes. Now look, we're getting to 80.52. So you need to start adjusting your stop. If you took the break of this teal, you need to adjust your stop. Either you're going to take profit or you're going to hold for the long run. You need to figure out who you are as a trader. But you can't say that my setup didn't work. You can't say that. You can't say my setup didn't work. Right? And if you're watching this and you don't see what's happening right in front of your face, this is not for you. If you're stopping yourself out, there's nothing I can do about that, right? That means you're not following the strategy that I've laid out in black and white. In black and white, you have to be okay with the loss. If you're not okay with the loss, you're going to keep eating your account for no reason. You're going to keep eating your account and you're going to let the red candle take you out, even though we had plenty of time on the 5-minute chart. This is why I want you all to use the 5-minute chart. It's very simple to use the 5-minute. The 1 minute is going to look hectic. The 5-minute, way more clear, far more clear. Look at the money. Look at the money from the break. We got to put the win right here, right? We got to put the win. And the only reason this is here is because it was a break and retest of the 5. Now, if you're asking for more than the top of the lick box, that's something on you. That's on you. We hit the target. We hit the target. If you're waiting for the break and retest, wait for it. If you're not comfortable trading in chop, then you're not comfortable trading in chop. I can only identify the setup. That's all I can do. I can only identify the setup, exactly where it's going to be. Exactly where it's going to be. Like, you're not going to find anything. You're not going to find anything better. It doesn't exist. It simply doesn't exist. I'm identifying all the risk ahead of time. I don't show up after the fact with a screenshot saying, "See, I told you so." I'm doing this in real time. And if you're interested in learning how to do this, if you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I will get you sorted out. It's going to take you to believe in yourself a little bit. You're going to have to believe in yourself. You're going to have to not let the red candle scare you out. If you can do that, you'll be fine. If you can put your stop where it needs to be, if you can put your stop below the last low where it needs to be, it never got tested. This is our... Look at this money. Come on now. There's not much more you can get. So if you're day trading, if you're swing trading, if you're scalping, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. We identified the risk. Top of this lick box. You know they're struggling up here. If you're waiting for the break and retest, wait for it. If you're not comfortable trading in this, then don't trade in it. You need to figure out who you are as a trader. You can't trade like me. It's never going to work. I'm identifying risk for you, and it's going to take you some weeks, some months. I'm not sure how long it's going to take. Whatever length of time it takes you to understand that the red candle is going to happen, and you have to be okay with taking the loss. You would have had to be okay with it. Because the loss, all it does is tell us where the setup actually is. It's not actually a loss. It's research and development. If you over leverage, then that's a different story. I don't recommend you over leverage. But if you go along with the leveling system that I provided, you will be fine. The leveling system says you need to start paper trading to a certain account value. And I know, and some of you hit that account value in, a couple days. I still recommend minimum 2 weeks, minimum. Some of you are going to be like, well, I hit that account value in 2 days. Cool story. I'm moving on to actual contracts, to real money. And, I still recommend you wait at least 2 weeks, at least 2 weeks. Because I don't want the false sense of security to set in thinking, and then you're going to over leverage thinking, oh, I got this. This is the money glitch, the infinite money glitch. That's not what this is. This is tough. This takes time. Look how many hours. We knew we were going to be in here for hours. We already knew this. You would have to be okay with drawdown. It's just, that's what it is. I don't want to sugarcoat anything because I don't want people to join and then start complaining saying, but this and this and that. I'm explaining everything before it happens. Now, if you need clarity, I don't mind explaining it. I don't mind. I need you to ask me the question so I can be even more clear if I need to be even more clear. But the point of all of this is certain things need to happen for the market to move in a direction. It just simply must. I'm going to keep repeating the same thing over and over and over. It's never going to change. It's never going to change. If you can understand risk, if you can understand where your stop needs to be and stop chasing it too soon, you'll be fine. I can tell you this. If you want the 30, 40, 1 hour money, you're going to have to wait 30, 40, 1 hour amount of time. If you're willing to take the 2-3 minute money, then that's what it is. That's what it is. That's a decision you're making. I can't control your little greasy ass fingers. I don't control your hands. I don't know where they go. But what you can't take away from me, at least today, your boy don't miss. Your boy don't miss. Not today. Not today, ISIS. Or what are they? Not today, Iran. Whoever it is. Whoever it is this week. Somebody new every week. But look, they're testing, this 8170. A lot of resistance right here. They've knocked on the door 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. They've knocked on the door. One of them's gonna get tired. One of them's gonna get tired of having the bears are gonna get tired of keeping to push it down. The bulls are gonna get tired of buying higher and higher. So one of them's gonna get tired. We need to figure out which one. How will we know? That's the question. We'll know when we break and retest underneath the 5 for puts, and when we break and retest above. What is this? 8170 for calls. That's when we'll know. But in here, this is chop. We already identified this. Afternoon compression. Same thing as always. If you're looking for safety for puts, you're somewhere down here. If you're looking for safety for calls, you're above the 20. That's the answer. If you're playing around in here, there's nothing I can do. Our move already happened. Our move already happened. If you're trying to day trade or trade whatever, no day trade. I'll say day trade. If you're trying to day trade and you're relying on indicators, you've already messed up. You've already messed up. I'm telling you, it doesn't work. It does not work. The indicator is only telling you what has already happened. They're just calculating the mathematical formula of the past however many candles you set. So none of that matters after the fact. Cool story, bro. We need to know before. We need to know before where the liquidity is going to be, before the market even opened. You're not going to find anything better. It doesn't exist on the internet. It doesn't exist. I'm that confident. Go look. Go look. It doesn't exist. This green's still above the 5, so you got to be careful. We got to let this chop settle out. There's nothing to do inside this chop. Afternoon compression, we already identified it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably 6 times they tried to test 8152. One of them's gonna get tired. One of them is. And look, here's how I know one of these things is gonna happen. Here's how I know that one of these things is going to happen. Because if it doesn't, that means we're gonna be stuck in here all day. So it must happen. It must. One of these must happen. How you play it, that's on you. This is all on you, how you play this. But I'm telling you, one of these things is going to happen. I'm not supposed to say that. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast and affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. However, I got a pretty goddamn good track record. Pretty good. So if none of this happens, then guess what? Thank me later, so you didn't get caught in the chop. This is too simple. This is too simple. And if you want to risk money before, on puts, before we get to the 5, that's on you. That means you know something I don't. And that probably means I need to join your Discord. I'm going to clean up the chart. We know what needs to happen. Mr. Ramos is all over it. He's all, yeah, lunchtime, 1300. Maybe we're gonna get some moves at 1300. Maybe we'll get some moves at 1300 when they come back from lunch. But Mr. Ramos already on top of it. He announced to everybody in the world what to expect for the next couple hours. He already announced it, and everything he announced is happening. We got 37 seconds on the candle. I'm gonna hang out for another maybe another hour or so. I'll hang out for another hour and then I'll just be in the Discord only. And then when I'm in the Discord, I'm gonna keep everything up and I'll just check in every now and again. Here, let's set an alert. Why don't we do this? Let's set an alert. I'm putting one on red down here. Way to go or what? Okay. Yeah, this is supposed to turn red. And I guess we'll put one here. Alright, so I have an alert on 8174 and on 7712. So inside here, I'm probably not interested. I know this is a wide range, but it is what it is. If you're willing to play the game inside here, this is the most amount of risk, in my opinion. In my opinion, this is the most amount of risk. Only because we don't have any clear direction from this point. We don't have a setup. It's either going to be this one. That's kind of playing out. We still have all the way until, what is this? About 7, whatever I said here. Oh no, it's slightly different though. This probably needs to be a little bit lower. Let me adjust this. right here. So from here to here is your risk on for calls, or excuse me, for puts. So if you're in puts, you got to worry about that it's going to turn around right here. If you're in puts up here, you got to worry it's going to turn around, you know, right where I put it. If you're trading in here, this is, you know, we already identified it, so I'm not going to repeat myself. Believe it or not, I actually hate hearing my own voice. All right, they knocked on the door a few times here. Alert went off. Let's see if we can get a break, a retest, and a reject now. Remember, we want to see something like this. Something nice and strong above, because we don't want to get caught in a stop hunt. So if you're not willing to wait for this, and look, if it breaks this level, if it breaks 81.74 and shoots off, my bad, right? Nothing we can do about that. I'm identifying the optimal setup. We have to make sure we're not just doing this. We have to make sure. I'm going to clean up the chart. Be picky with your trades. Be picky with your trades. You don't have to trade like me. You don't have to trade like anybody else. Trade your own comfort level. And you need to keep track of how it worked out. We want to see if we possibly had like a shoulder, a head, and a shoulder here. So the break and retest on this is going to be important. All right, what do you recommend if you miss the opportunity to sell puts earlier? It is better to just cut losses immediately and move on, or wait to see if clear indication. Okay, so here's what I recommend. This is not financial advice. we don't know as of yet if it's gonna. I recommend you put a stop loss a little bit above the last high. If you're looking for puts, a little bit above the last high. The last high was at let's say 81.98. A little bit above this. If we break, retest, and reject, then your puts are done. If we break, retest, and reject, your puts are done. So maybe, you know, sit for a little bit. Maybe you could mitigate some of the loss. Maybe you can mitigate some of the loss. As long as you don't over leverage, you'll be fine. I know that's probably a little too late right now. But this is the only thing we can rely on, right? We're looking at liquidity building in a certain direction. We're looking at liquidity building from a certain point. I gave very specific instructions where the call scenario was. If you join a little bit late, my bad, dog, my bad. But as of now, it's tough to say to cut the puts right now. It's really tough to say that. And the reason why you want to wait for the break and retest is because the initial break could just be the liquidity grab before the dump. Yeah, no problem, bud. That was for Mr. or Mrs. Saha. Maybe I hope $61.99. that was for $61.99. Also, another thing, I'm just gonna call you Paula. Pallabsah. Paula Saha. That's what I'm reading. I could be wrong, but anyways, also what we don't want to do is try to call the top. You never want to try to call the top, especially in this uptrend. You see this uptrend we're in? This is a very significant uptrend. This is a very significant uptrend. You don't want to try to call the top here. If we get down here, then we won't know that this is the top until we get somewhere down here. And I know that's it seems very far away, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Here's what we do know. We know we're in chop here. We know they've rejected 81.52, 1, 2, at least three times. This next level right above this wick is the next thing. Like, that's the only thing they can test right now. Now the alert went off at wherever I had it. The alert went off right up here. So that's telling me now we need to pay attention. What I'm paying attention to is this right here. If this happens, what I'm paying attention to is if they spike and then do this. So the break, the retest, and the reject, very important here.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, let's see what we got. I'm gonna mark out high a day really quick. I'm gonna use I don't want to crowd the screen, but kind of have to at this point. Here's high a day. All right, we're testing high a day. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm going to take away high day really quick, just so we can see. We have about a minute 45 on the candle. Damn near exactly at 13 is when they started to move, right? Let me see. 1301, they decided to start moving. Mr. Ramos just loves being right all the time. He has to be right all the time. Now let's see if this is the liquidity grab for the push down, or are they gonna retest this liquidity box here? You know, I would prefer a little bit higher. A little bit higher would have been nice. If they're gonna test it and start rejecting off of it. Now keep in mind, these paths that I drew, they're about to come to completion. So you need to start adjusting your, if you took the trade from right here, look at the perfection on this. I mean, I don't know who's doing this shit. I don't know who's doing it, but I am. If you don't have access to this 5-minute chart, it's going to be very difficult to trade off YouTube and TikTok. This is precision. Excuse me. This is very accurate. This is extremely accurate call outs. I mean, I don't know who's doing this, but I am. So now we know who's doing it. Look at the money. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we just printed. God dang. God dang. Let's see how much, what else they got. All right, look, we're coming up to the end of this, flexion right here. We're coming up to the end of it, so you need to start adjusting. If you took the trade from here, now is the time to start adjusting your stops. We're coming up to the end of this. You know, I don't know why I draw it the way I do. This is just how I do it. This is just how I think. I'm showing you how I think. I'm drawing how I think live in real time. We're at this level now, right? So you need to start adjusting your stops. If you got in from here, where I suggested, which is here on the flexion, if you got in from here, you need to start, you can't be greedy here, okay? That's all I'm saying. Don't be greedy. If we get anything past that, great. Now, for some reason, I have 82.86 marked out, so we'll see. But again, if you took it from here, you need to start chasing this now. Or, excuse me, you need to start adjusting your stop. Look at the flexion here. This is, it doesn't get any better than this. Simply doesn't. This next one ends at 682.60. No retest. No retest. This is for Simon Shannon or Simone Shannon. I'm not sure which one. No retest. Are you saying no retest of the liquidity box, the break and retest of the liquidity box? Or are you saying you would prefer a bigger pullback like this? This is what we prefer, correct. But the liquidity box was broken and retested right here. Right here. But look, again, buying calls at the top, this is the risky play. You need to have some drawdown. Now you got to chase this, right? The actual setup was here on the 5-minute chart. Let me show you. This was the actual setup right here. Right here. You know, I can't be any better than this because you don't want to buy at the top. You want to buy on the bottom. You want to buy your calls on the bottom, not on the top. Now we're getting to this flexion ended at 82.58, so hopefully we can get to 82.58. Got about 4.5 on the candle, 4.20 on the candle. And again, this is coming up for expiration. Excuse me. This move right here, it's long in the tooth already because the call out was from here, was from the bottom here, right here. Whatever I just drew here, this was the actual setup. If you're doing it here, you got to chase this stuff, okay? Look at the money. Look at the money. And if we can get to 82.58, that'll be nice. It's a little bit away. 30 cents away. It'd be nice if we can get to 82.58 though. Now you need to figure out, are you willing to hold through the weak bear cycle? But look, if we get under 80, 60, let's say, you gotta look the other way. All right, they're testing the lick box again. Let's see what they want to do. Let's see what they want to do. Look, this is what I was telling you. This move is long in the tooth. If it goes up, great. But it's, you know, this was how long? From 12:05. This is 1 hour. This was 1 hour. So you would have really, you have to hold. But this is the play. If you want the 1 hour money, you got to hold for an hour. And then look at my look where my line is here. Look where it's starting to reject. I mean, this is almost perfect. Hopefully it keeps going up. But you got to be able to survive some drawdown. Got to be able to survive some drawdown. We got to see what they want to do on the liquidity box. Because this would be ideal for the push up, right? The break, the retest, a nice firm, solid one. This would be ideal. All right, testing high a day. Let's see what they break through high a day. Or they're testing whatever this shit is I have right here. Whatever this line is I have here, we're testing this line again. 1, 2, 3 times. Let's see if they break through in the third. $82.34. Let's see if they break through. Okay. We need to break through. Let's see if they're gonna break through. Let's see if they're gonna break through. Okay. Remember when I told you, now you need to figure out who you are as a trader. Do you want to take profit, or are you willing to hold through the weak cycle? That's on you. You need to figure that out. You need to figure that out. But look at this. Look at this. You know, we want to get to, what did I say? 80 here. Whatever this level is here. I'm trying to line this up. It'd be nice to get to 80.61, 82.61. That'll be nice. We can get there. That'll be very nice if we can get there. A little bit more. A little bit more. I saw 55. 55, 56. I saw 56. Man, if they don't give me these 3 cents, I'll be pissed. $58, $60. All right, we'll take the 60. We'll take 60. We'll take the 60. That's nice. 60 is okay. It might, okay, maybe it's wherever my dotted line is. This is the target here. Let's see if we can get above 62. There we go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow. It's almost like we knew exactly what was going to happen before. It's almost like we knew an hour ago exactly what was going to happen. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. Do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you understand that and you fully absorb that, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. I will get you sorted. It's not a matter of if, but when. Not a matter of if, but when. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Look at the money. Right to the target. Man. Pretty good. Pretty good stuff today, huh? We did pretty good today. We did pretty good. Right to the target. All right, let's see what we can get. This was a good move. This was a good move on the break and retest, right? Right off our liquidity box. If you took the break and retest from 81.76 to 82.74, this is almost a full point just on the break and retest. This is almost a full point. I mean, you know, we're doing good stuff here. Look at the call out. Look when the call out was an hour ago. An hour ago. Somehow we knew we'd get up here. I'm just saying. I only have it drawn out way ahead of time. Way ahead of time. If you want the hour's worth of money, guess what? You got to hold it for an hour. These are the rules. I don't make the rules. If you want the 5-minute money, you're going to be in and out. You need to figure out who you are as a trader. I can't decide that for you. Look at this money. Look at this money. Still got about 3 minutes on the candle. This is why I tell Discord, we have to use the 5-minute chart. The 1 minute, it's gonna be sketchy. It's gonna be hairy. Use the 5-minute. It's our best bet. We're coming up to the top of this green now, right? Coming up to the top of the green now. When I drew this, I didn't know green was gonna be here. I did not know green was gonna be here. It presented itself later on. I was all over it though. I was all over it. We even identified a scalp on green. We identified a quick scalp on green, which was right here. We identified the scalp on green, and I announced it. Hey, we're coming up to the 5. You might want to start thinking about taking profit. Because why? We're in an uptrend. You can't fight the trend. Don't try to call the top. I don't know how many times we got to go over this. Stop trying to call the top. We'll know the top once we get down here. And I know that's far away, but I keep repeating the same thing every day. I'm still going to repeat it. I'm going to repeat it every day until it's a beat in your head and until you realize maybe we should follow whatever the shit is I'm saying. Maybe we should follow that. Maybe if you took the break of heel and you put your stop below the last low and you let your winner win. Right? We identified teal. Look at the money. And then even still, even if you didn't take teal, right? Even if you didn't take teal, we had another opportunity on the break and retest. Right here. Even if you took this retest, if you put your stop below the last low, even if you want to be conservative, it never got touched. Not even close. Not even close. If you're letting the red candle scare you out, you just got to stay a little bit outside their range for them to turn around and smack you in the face. A little bit outside the range. Now look, we're testing this green again. We're going to test this green. If you're on YouTube or TikTok or whatever, and you're trying to make this happen for yourself, man, you need to join the Discord. It's very simple. If you're worried about $150 and you're trying to play in the stock market, this is not the game for you. If 150 for this very specific, very detailed, very precise information is too much for you, the stock market's not for you. You need to stop messing around with your money. If I'm not good enough, there's going to be no one good enough. There's no indicator that's going to do what I'm doing. None. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. There's no AI bot that can do this. Doesn't exist. Show me someone who's better. I'd love to see it. I would love to see it. Because I would join their Discord if they're better than me. Come on. And I even on this, I told you, are you willing to hold for the drawdown? You got to be able to hold through the drawdown. If we get below this, then you look the other way. I think I said maybe somewhere around here I said, if we get below this, then you look the other way. Until then, you got to hold. There's rules. There's rules to this. And it's not a get rich quick scheme, okay? This is a time-honored process. Now, there's only so much I can do, right? I can only draw the gosh darn pat. How many times are people like, man, if I had that information ahead of time, you got the information, right? You got the information. I even told you where the next risk was for puts. I told you over here, number 1 risk right here, number 2 risk right here. I can't be any more perfect. I can't. If you didn't take any trades, if you're waiting for whatever you're waiting for, fine. This is a great learning environment for you. If you're on paper trading, great. This is a great learning environment. But you got to ask yourself, how many times have I been wrong? Like straight up just wrong. Very rare, very rare. We got a good system here. You got to have a little bit of faith in me. A little bit of faith. When I'm telling you, put the stop below the last low and let the winner win. Even here, I get it. It was sketchy here. I told you what to do. I told you what would be ideal. To the next target, right to the next target. I've already got it mapped out, right? I already have it mapped out. All right, on the 5 minute, let's see if 8330 is next on the... Now, if we get above this and we make support, we need to start. Well, I recommend, if you're going to take profit on target, take profit on target. Look at this money. Look at the money. Look at the money we're printing right now. I only drew the inverse head and shoulders. We only had the perfect entry. There's nothing more I can do. Look at this money. We're going through it together. We're doing it together. I'm with you. I'm taking the same trades you are. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, man. You remember how all this started? All this started when I said, let me set an alert. I'm going to set an alert. The alert was all we really needed. The alert got set off. Easy money. Easy money. Look at this. Look at this. If it goes to 83.57, you gotta donate my brain to science. You gotta donate my brain to science and I'll be okay with it. Let me mark out. Now look, it took me a little bit to find green, but we found green. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. Now is when I need to walk away. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. I need to walk away from this. I'm going to set my stops. Okay, I'm going to walk away. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Really quick before I take my break, I need to ask the Discord a question. Is there anything I could have done better today? Is there anything I could have done better? And I need you to be honest. DC, you don't count. Is there anything I could have been more clear? Could I have drawn it better? Something. I need to know because I have a feeling we're hesitating. I have a feeling that we're not willing to survive the red candle. I have a feeling that when people take trades, they're immediately moving their stop because they don't want to survive. I have a feeling. I don't know if this is true or not, but this is how I used to be. Okay. Now you're saying more comfortable. Can you elaborate a little bit? Because if you need that comfort, I guarantee someone else is thinking the same thing. They're thinking the same exact thing. Is it the comfort with the red candles? Okay. Okay, that's fair. So, Raul, I'm telling you right now, it's gonna take time. gonna take time. There's nothing I can say that's like 100% this is gonna happen. I can't do that, right? What we do have is a balance of probabilities. That's all we have, man. Based on a balance of probabilities, the most likely thing is this thing here. All I'm asking you to do, or all you need to ask yourself to do, really, it's beyond me. You need to ask yourself, are you willing to stick to the system and allow the loss? If we take a loss, we have to be okay with that. We need to be okay with it, because I'm telling you guys, the loss doesn't mean we're going to lose for the day. Sometimes the loss means now I know where the money is. It's okay to take the risk. It's okay. I've done it so many times. But at this stage in the game where I am now, I don't want to tell you guys what to do with your money, but I understand that the loss to me, it doesn't mean much. It just means that now I know where the setup is. The only thing I have to worry about is, do I have enough runway? Do I have enough runway so that setup can occur? That's what I need. That's where I'm at. That's the only thing, because if I get stopped out on something that I'm pretty confident with, let's say I highlight it with a 2 or whatever it is, me personally, if I get stopped out, that doesn't deter me. It actually makes me a little bit more, I don't want to say aggressive, but I don't want to say focused either, because I'm always focused. Determined. It makes me a little more determined. And, you know, sometimes that presents itself in over trading, where I will revenge trade or over trade. Sometimes I do that. I'm pretty sure you all have heard me when I'm saying I'm definitely revenge trading right now. And I know it, and I don't care. Because I just gotta let it. I just have a really hard time taking a loss, because I know that it's really hard to be wrong twice in a row. We just have to wait for the next setup. So when I'm saying below this level, look the other way, that's something you got to pay attention to. When I'm saying we got to be okay with the red candle, the red candles aren't bad. The red candle just, you know, when a certain level breaks, the red candle just means they're reaching back to get liquidity. We can't look at it as like, oh snap. Okay. Good info, DC. Good info. Did he really say that? Did he actually say that? On the Oh my god, please don't tell me he actually said that. That's probably why we see the pullback. Because people are like, what? Iran's a planet? What do you mean? Oh, please don't tell me that. Everyone's worried. Like, I didn't know Iran was a planet. This means something new to me now. I need to know your source. Doom. I don't know this Uncle Doomer. I don't know this Uncle Doomer. Maybe he meant plant, like a refinery plant. I don't know. I'm trying, Donnie. You're not giving me much to work with. Oh snap! All right. Well, okay. I got taken out at key level right here. I was hoping we can get some support. I got taken out on key level. And I'm not upset about it. I'm not upset. Okay, this play, done. Damn, I didn't take my break. Now it's moving. Now it's moving. All right, let's see what they do on this green right here. If you took this green, this is a nice move. Some other news had to come in. Some other news came in because this is the Black Swan stuff. Okay. Remember, below, what is this? 80, whatever this dotted line's at, below this, we gotta start to look the other way. And then we have to worry about lick box, and then we have to worry about the 5. This is still the same. I'm just gonna move this over. All right, Discord, if you took this green, hopefully you didn't overstay your welcome. Hopefully you didn't overstay your welcome. Remember, there was a 50-50 here a little while ago. It was over here. So I'm just moving it over. Back to 80-59-ish. All right, we gotta let this volatility shake out. If you didn't catch this right here, now you gotta let it shake out, right? From green to green, key level to key level. Let me clean up the chart just a bit. Let's see if it kind of sidesteps and then drops again. But if we get back above, if we start to do this, then so there's nothing really to do in here. Okay. All right, we got to stay away because the market's too volatile right now. I don't recommend anything. I recommend you sit on your hands and let it settle out. If we had a good day, we had a good day. No reason to risk any money here. You can't really mess around with puts because the 5's right here. Underneath the 5, maybe. But you got to measure risk to reward with this volatility to the 5. Now you see why I go level by level. This is why. I'm here. I'm just watching. I'm watching along with you. It looks like they're still respecting green here. You see how the bodies went back inside green? So they're still respecting green. Which means there's liquidity on green. But we already knew that, right? They're still respecting green. Remember, you got to rewind the tape. Underneath 8060, we got to look the other way. But looking the other way to the 5. So measure risk to reward underneath 8060 to the 5. Rewind the tape. This has already been said out loud. So the market should have reacted. Well, I don't know when that came. Oh, 719. Okay. So 719. All right. So it spiked up from 719. See how they're still respecting green? To catch this, that would have been tough to catch the break of this green here. A good move, but it would have been tough to catch it. I think one of us got it, right? Solitaire, I think you got it. Look at this. Look at this. Short squeeze. Short squeeze right here. Here goes a short squeeze. We were protected by our green, okay? We were protected by green. Bro, if they go, if they get back up to 89.39, I'm gonna be a little bit irate. A little bit irate. Yeah, the green protected us right here. This green protected us. That's what we're looking for. This is too much volatility. I wouldn't get involved here. This is not our game. This is a big money game here. You got to get in and get out if you're taking any trades. So everyone that was like me and put their stop, I was a little bit above 82, 86. Everyone who had their stop here, when they got stopped out, I'm pretty sure, you know, a lot of people had a stop here. Look what happened. Bang. This is, what do they call it? Not induction. It's called, shit. What's it called? Damn, what's it? Not induction. When they invoke something. God dang, I should know this. I should know this. This is the term I should know. I don't want to say induction, but it sounds something like that. Everyone had their stop here. Everybody had their stop right here where I had my stop. I had a little bit above because I saw this, right? So I wanted to secure something. Here's where my trade was. I got in on probably somewhere in this green candle, and then I had to survive. But at this time, I sold everyone. Figure out who you are. Are you willing to survive the weak cycle? You know, but my stop was safe. I actually have my stop down here. And then, you know, it did this thing, and then I put my everything. I had everything right above 82, 86. And then once they stopped everybody out here, which caused the sell-off, and then they went right back to green and bought up on green. The short squeeze. So they made sure that, you know, everyone had to sell. If you bought the call here, or wherever you bought the call, probably here. If you bought the call here, this is who they squeezed out, because these people probably had their stops here or even here. So if you went in on a call here, the next reasonable stop would have been here. Another reasonable stop probably would have been maybe even right here. They squeezed everybody out. This is why this happened. There's no doubt in my mind that that's exactly what happened. Everyone went long here, and they're like, cool story, bro. Give me that. Exit liquidity. Because look how quick it was. It was like 1-2 minutes. You had 2 minutes to react. 2 minutes. And this candle right here, this 1329 candle, this was actually telling you, all right, you know, maybe we got some more upside, until they decided, cool story, we're taking everybody out with us. And then bought back up right here on green. If they get back to 83.34, I'm gonna be upset. Not really, but that would be a bit much. It'd be too obvious. But I will say, I did tell everyone below 80.60, you gotta look the other way. They never touched it. They never touched it. They stopped everybody out on green. They're good. They're good. Well, that's what happens when you get all that damn money and you can move the market like that. Couple $100 million, they move the market, they stop out everybody, and then they buy back at the low. They're good. They're good. If it gets back to 83.30, I'm gonna be a little bit not upset, but come on, man. I mean, I think it was still a good trade. I'll recap it again. I got in somewhere in this green candle. Once I saw it turning green, I was like, okay, might as well try. I had my stop. I had my stop over here. I had my stop here. So I was willing to take significant drawdown. I didn't need to, thankfully. All right, let's see what they do right here. Let's see what they do here on the retest right here. I'm gonna let this settle out. I'm gonna do a little bit of admin. I'm gonna borrow this chart. Okay, I'm back. See what they got. I'm gonna clean up this 5-minute chart really quick. All right, we're still inside green. All right, I'm gonna step aside for a little bit. I'm gonna be checking on every now and again, and I'm just gonna be checking every now and again. I'm gonna step aside for just a little bit. Well, hold on. Now I gotta stay. Now I gotta stay. The red candles draw me in. Let's see what they do on this lick box. I'm here. I'm just gonna be quiet. I'm stepping aside for a bit. I'm gonna check in on the stream every now and again. Let this play out. Look, we're still in green until we're not. Green is losing a little bit of strength though, right? Losing strength, so. If we get above 82, let's say 82.53, you gotta look the other way. We need to see what they're gonna do inside here. Okay. Okay, a lot of movement. So we broke green. All right, Discord, we broke green right here. This one's highlighted with a 2, right? This green is highlighted with a 2 for Discord. The 2, you know what that means. All right, there's a little bit of time. If you want to wait for this down here. If you want to wait for this right here. We have to break this lick box here. We got to break this one right here. It's not an accident that they bounce right off of it. So let it break, retest, and reject. Let's see what they got. I'm here. I'm just being quiet in the background.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
If you took the break, retest, and reject to the 5, start adjusting your stop. It's going to be volatile in here, so figure out what you want to do. Okay, I'm back to see what we got. All right, so we had a significant drop on the break of this green right here, which took us to the 5MA. The 5MA, break, retest, reject, which took us to key level right here, 7780. And then we're going to see what they want to do around the 5. That was a tough move to catch. That was a tough one to catch. Sorry, I took a little, I had to eat something real quick. Let him bounce around in here for a little bit. On the break of this green right here, probably tough to catch as well. Let's count up from 78.21. You'd have to be really on it to, let's say, 77.43. This is over the 30 cents. You'd have to be really on it though. And then look at this. This 14.20 candle was really tough. Looks like it's forming some type of support on our shoulder, so we need to see if we break, retest, and reject this shoulder inside this liquidity box right here. Let's move this over. Okay. All right, they're still respecting the green here. So that is the top of this liquidity box right here. The only real setup we had was on the break of this green, the one that's highlighted with a 2. This is the setup that we had, right to the bottom of the lick box. Now we need to see if we're going to break, retest, and reject. It needs to be wherever I have it. That's where it needs to be. So we had the break, we had the retest, but we didn't have any continuation down, so we got to wait for all this. Again, I need to reiterate why this 5-minute chart is so important. We understood we were chopping in the green. We understood that the break of the green, which is highlighted, it's highlighted with a 2, right? This is a 1, this is 1, this is the only one with a 2. We understood that this is our highest probability of a put success. We understood that we're going from green to at least the bottom of the lick box. For any further downside, we need to see a break, a retest, and a rejection. We saw the break, we saw the retest, we're waiting for the rejection. They're still respecting this green right here. If you're on the 1 minute, this was very difficult, but the break and retest of the 5 for this win right here, or you could have done the break of this green for about a point. Let's see, 78.20 to 77.47 is a good move. You'd have to be really on it though, really on it, because look how many times it retraced back in and dumped. So you'd have to be really on it. Your best bet, use the 5. Use the 5-minute chart. It's so much easier. Way easier. They're respecting this green. Let's see what they want to do on this green. Now, a lot took place in the last half hour or so. A lot has taken place from 1:30 to right now. A lot's taken place. So if the market wants to fizzle sideways, that wouldn't be unreasonable. So wait for the proper setup. They're using this shoulder as some type of support here. Still respecting green. So we might have a secondary liquidity right here. We need to see if this magenta is going to take us to this key level or this green right here. We're looking to see if they're gonna break, retest, and reject the 5 to the downside. You see this little no man's land in here. We need to see if we're doing one of two things. If we're going to stay in the magenta, or we're going to do this. One of these two things. If not, then guess what? We're stuck in here. So you need to let all this happen. All this has to happen. This right here is the no man's land. This in here is no man's land liquidity. So basically this is the 50-50, right? We got about, this is a brand new candle right here. Remember, you have to allow all of this to happen. If it breaks green and just shoots down, my bad. This no man land's liquidity is holding up though, right? It's holding up. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 touches on this bottom end. 7 touches on this bottom end, so one of them is going to get tired. One of them is going to win. Now we're late in the day. You need to start thinking about contract value. You need to start thinking about theta. We need to have a lot of delta, a lot of change in price for it to make sense. Two minutes on the candle.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Now we do see a lot of wicks on the top side, me indicating downward pressure, but they're holding this level. They're really holding this 78.43. That's kind of crazy how I use this shoulder as support this entire way. Kinda spot on, but we'll see what it does. We need it to break for any downside. Underneath red would be great. We're still respecting this secondary liquidity green. That's why I moved it from a 1 to a 2 down here. I'm actually kind of amazed how it danced right on this shoulder. It's support. It needs to break it. We need to do all of this. Whatever I have on the screen, it needs to do. All right, let's see what they got. Let's see what they got. All right, first stop, 7780, key level. We wanted to at least get down to 7747. There's not enough time left to play the games. Not enough time. We need to break, retest, and reject. That's what needs to happen. We're still using this as some type of support. All this on the 5 needs to happen. No matter where it is, this all needs to happen. Oh, wait. Not a lot of time left. If they fizzle out sideways, they fizzle out sideways. If we don't see our setup, then it's not here. All right, look, if you took this initial green, you put your stop above the last high, we're at key level now. So now you need to figure out your life, okay? Here's a second bite at the apple. See what they got. get to, what is this? 77.45-ish. I want to at least touch this. Somewhere right here would be nice. Alright, now let's see what they got. Coming up to the green up here on the 5-minute chart. This is where ideally I like to see the bounce. Ideally, I like to see the bounce happen here. This is where we want to see the bounce, the retest of this green. Too late in the day to be playing these games. We got 30 minutes left. Theta is definitely eating away at contracts. If you don't figure out life soon, it's not going to be nice. The contract's going to expire 0. Now we need to break below this and close below 77.45. Okay, there we go. Now we're coming up to red. Don't be greedy. Okay. Now adjust your stops. What do you call it went off? Alert. See if they give us a little more. Now the setups on the alert is going to be another break, retest, and reject. Jeez. Trying to slap people in the face and turn around. A little bit more, just need a little bit more. Okay, little bit. And they're being stingy. Okay. Okay. All right, we got the second bite at this 76.92. Okay. And we're coming up to the end of the path, right? So start to adjust your stops. If your entry is on break of green, you put your stop above the last high. You let the winner win. This is 78.25 down to 76.89. That's good money. See what happens if we break this green here. If you're new, welcome. Welcome, kind sir. Let's see if we can get a little bit more out of it. Now, I'm not sure how it is that I'm pretty good at figuring out the path where there's going to be some either a stop or a turnaround. If we look at, that's pretty much spot on. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. A little bit more would be nice. I'm here, I'm just being quiet. All right, let's see if we're gonna break, retest, and reject this red. Let's look at this one really quick. So I highlighted this green with a 2. This is a high confidence level of a win. Okay? So if you took the break, you put your stop above the last high, and you let the winner win. This is the same thing we've been doing all day. No difference. No difference, right? We understood green was our winning put. You could have also used this one right here. From green to key level. Exactly the key level. So the break of this green, 70, let's say 77.32 to 76.60. I'm offering 30 cents. That's more than 30 cents. If we get more, great. Perfect. So we got the break, the retest. We need to see if they're going to reject. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be quiet off to the side. I'm not sure, but I get pretty lucky whenever I draw these paths that there's going to be some type of maybe a bounce, or maybe they stop on my line. I just get lucky with this, so I've just been more lucky, more often than not, getting lucky with that. I'm here. I'm gonna be in the background, quiet. So it looks like they wanted to grab some, they broke green, they retested green, and then they rejected green. Let's see if we get a second bite at the apple at 76, 72. Okay. Next stop, 7660. Okay. All right, last 10 minutes. It's going to get hectic now. Now it's going to get hectic. You need to start closing out your contracts. Here's the second bite at the apple right here. Start figuring out what you want to do. Close out your contracts. We got 10 minutes left. Data's gonna eat it up anyway. Okay, if you took red, you need to figure out your life. We're coming up to the end of the arrow. All right, 5 minutes left. Last 2 minutes. Contract gonna be worth 0 if you're in 0 DTE. Here on our 5-minute chart, we can see the break, the retest, and the reject. Right here. So it broke right here, retested, rejected.